Think about cities like Helena, Great Falls, Kalispell. They don't have the luxury of having an interstate that is so busy going right by their door. We have that. We're very fortunate to have it. Things you might not think about. Bozeman Deaconess Hospital. I'm not just saying this either. but medical needs are a big deal, I think, when tourists are planning their vacations. We have a lot of senior citizens that are concerned with medical needs. We have a lot of outdoor recreationists that are pushing the limit out there. And unfortunately, some of them wind up in our hospital, in our emergency room. And how they get taken care of is a big deal as far as where they decide to return. And, you know, it just happens more than you think. As a matter of fact, 2 days ago, we had an ambulance arrive at the hotel for a guest, take him to the emergency room. It happens all the time. So that's something you don't think about, but it is certainly an important asset for this community. 3 ski hills within 50 miles. I mean, who has that? And they're just world-class facilities. We're so fortunate. We have over 2,000 guest rooms in this town, and they're quality guest rooms. The competitive environment that we live in has caused, I believe, in the hotel environment to greatly increase the level. You know, we're seeing all levels of hotels. Yeah, we're satisfying every need for guests. We have very high-end hotels, and we have economy hotels, and the competitive environment has caused us to really improve our service. And so the quality of our establishments in this town is just a great thing. We have, along with the hotels, the restaurants, and the bars, and the shopping that we have now is just a great asset and is something that our tourists look for. They have a great selection for restaurants and so forth. A vibrant downtown, and a downtown that has an improvement district is a big deal. Our guests that come into our hotels, they do not want to spend all of their time in the hotel. They want to get out there in the community. They want to explore, and they want to experience Bozeman. And generally, the best way to do that is they want to go downtown and they want to walk around. Now, and we have just a great downtown. There are many cities in this state that do not have that. And it's hard for the guests to really connect with where they're staying if you don't have a downtown. National companies in this town, like Sims and Sitka, they draw people to Bozeman. They look at these companies on the internet or whatever, and they see they're from Bozeman. It's a natural exposure for people to start thinking about Bozeman as a place to go visit or have a meeting. World-class hunting and fishing. Of course, we have all of that, and we are fortunate to have many outfitters and guides and shops in this area that are just of a very high caliber. As far as we're doing alliances too, is that?
Yes. What are the strategic alliances, opportunities for us to be able to?
We have a very strong reliance with the Chamber of Commerce, and we have developed, and they go after this business very aggressively. We have a TBID, which the hotels fund $1 per room night, and we are using these funds to bring business into town, like the tournaments that we've just seen. The TBID put $74,000 to get those tournaments that we've seen over this year. We're bringing all kinds, we're out there marketing all kinds of businesses, events and so forth. Hotels, and I want to switch to another thing. The hotels, they have a wonderful alliance with each other. We communicate. We do joint conventions. That alliance is crucial for these hotels to work together and bring these joint conventions to Bozeman. Our task is to keep the business in Bozeman. And so when one hotel's full, we have a teamwork effort. We pass it on to the next one. Do I have some more time?
1 minute.
Oh, I have 1 minute. Okay. we have alliances with other cities, like West Yellowstone and Big Sky. We all recently got together and put money from our TBID together to help the United Airlines New York route, to help guarantee that revenue stream. Some weaknesses that we have in this area, like when we're busy, the taxi service just can't handle it. You'll see hotel vans out there dropping people downtown, dropping people all over the city to accommodate for those weaknesses. And so again, there is an alliance among the hotels to do this kind of service for our guest. One last thing. Alliance with the citizens. We all work or we belong to organizations that have state events, that have state conventions, and you work for a particular company that has branches. Well, bring that district meeting or Montana meeting to Bozeman. So we're asking the citizens of this community, step up. If you belong to an organization that has a state, an event, a convention, a statewide convention or meeting or banquet, step up and try to bring that to Bozeman. We have staff in our hotels that can help facilitate that to make that a very easy event to put on. Am I out of time?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Keep on schedule. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the invitation to participate today. In terms of the healthcare sector in our community, I think one of our greatest assets is our breadth and depth of our quality personnel. We have over 200 physicians and health professionals on the medical staff of Bozeman Deaconess Health Services. That includes employed, contracted, and independent, representing 45 specialties. We have 1,400 plus employees and provide competitive salaries for a wide range of positions, from entry-level, technical, clinical, administrative, to postgraduate medical education and professional positions. Our area amenities obviously are an asset in that it makes it easier for us and makes it able for us to attract clinical professionals who have trained all over the U.S. and abroad at some of the most prestigious medical schools and hospitals across the country. Having just celebrated our 100-year anniversary last year, we have a long legacy in the community as a nonprofit hospital and healthcare organization, and we have broad support from the community residents and visitors. We have numerous accreditations and quality achievements, updated facilities and new technologies, and one of our greatest assets in this community is the generous philanthropy that comes from all of the residents here that supports healthcare. Quite simply, that allows us to do more and in shorter time frames. We are a solid organization financially and have an A+ bond rating with S&P, which helps give us sustainability in the community to provide essential healthcare services. We're also a vital economic engine in the community. As one of the largest private employers, we provide a payroll of over $63 million, contribute property taxes over $300,000 for our medical office buildings every year. Our purchase supplies and services paid out in the Bozeman area alone, just to vendors and suppliers, is around $11.5 million a year. Overall, in the state of Montana, we add about another $5 million to that contribution. Our facility construction, for example, our new emergency department that you just referenced that takes care of the local visitors and residents, which is around a 2 to 3 year project, has generated about 150 jobs here locally. 70% of those workers are coming from our three county service area here, Gallatin, Park, and Madison. That project alone has contributed $1.5 million in locally supplied materials. Nationally, economic contribution of hospitals employ over 5.44 million people and create over $2.2 trillion of economic activity. From the American Hospital Association most recent study, which was published at the end of 2011, utilizing 2009 data, healthcare nationally added an average of 24,000 jobs per month over that 12-month period in 2009. Hospitals are the second largest source of private sector jobs, and they spend about $342 billion on goods and services from other businesses. The purchases of a hospital create additional economic value for the communities in which they're located. With the ripple effects that are included from those expenditures, each hospital job supports about 2 more jobs, and every dollar spent by a hospital supports roughly $2.30 of additional business activity in its community. In Montana, that employment multiplier is 1.8. where every hospital employee uses their wages to purchase goods and services, which creates income and jobs for other businesses in the community. The caution here is that this is historical data from 2009. The challenges going forward in the healthcare sector is that increased workforce and technology costs continually to escalate in an environment of declining reimbursement, particularly as Medicare and Medicaid is facing restructuring. We do serve as a vital role as an essential community service. A strong health care service helps attract and retain businesses into the community. When they're evaluating where to grow, where to locate, and where to build their companies, health care is one of the top sectors evaluated and considered as a strong component along with the school systems, education, infrastructure, and other quality of life factors. We also provide a safety net for community residents and visitors. As a nonprofit organization, we provide access to everyone who come through our doors, regardless of the person's ability to pay. And that's for needed services. In 2010, Bozeman Deaconess provided $15.7 million in community benefits, subsidized health services, and charity care to residents and visitors in our community. In terms of opportunities, partnerships, and alliances, we have a strong collaboration with many local organizations to build a stronger healthcare sector here in the Valley. We support community health partners with 2 board members from Bozeman Deaconess Health Services. We provide donations and support for their electronic health record development. We discount services at Bozeman Deaconess Hospital based on the CHP sliding fee schedule, and we work collaboratively with them on quality monitoring projects. We support Western Montana Mental Health Services by funding the crisis response team here in the Valley and financial support for the Hope House project. We also maintain a relationship with them for mental health services for the Bozeman Deaconess Health Group for the physician referrals that they provide to that service. The WWAMI program is a regional medical educational program partnership between the University of Washington School of Medicine and the 5-state region of Washington, Wyoming, Alaska, Montana, and Idaho, providing publicly supported medical education. Many of the clinicians on our medical staff participate in the education of our first-year students as preceptors and lecturers. 2 of our internal medicine physicians, Drs. Herring and Spelling, provide instruction for 2 of those classes, and Dr. Spinelli is coordinating right now a 3rd-year internal medicine clerkship at Bozeman Deaconess Health Services. We work closely with the MSU School of Nursing to provide clinical rotations and training experiences, provide advisory participation with Gallatin College on planning of new curriculum offerings for medically related programs. And we provide community benefit and community building with a lot of local businesses, providing executive staff from Bozeman Deaconess Health Services to serve on a variety of area board organizations, providing extra leadership support throughout the community for HRDC, Prospera, Tech Ranch, United Way, Chambers of Commerce, and many other advisory boards and councils here in the community. I guess in closing, the one thing I'd like to say is the synergy in this sector in healthcare is that a healthy, vibrant community helps us attract qualified, top-notch medical professionals, which helps us establish advanced capabilities and services that drives economic contributions to our community and expands the availability and accessibility of healthcare to all of the residents and visitors of our community. So it really does require a partnership. It requires strategic alliances, and it requires community involvement and participation across all sectors to make that happen. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for having me here today. I just wanted to let you know that I am a native Montanan. I grew up in the Bitterroot and came to Bozeman to go to college. And came to Bozeman to go to college, and I was very proud to become a team member of First Security Bank, who is a locally community-owned bank. First Security Bank is proud to serve the residents of Gallatin County, Madison County, Choteau County, and surrounding counties as a locally owned and controlled neighborhood bank since 1919. It was originally Security Bank and Trust Company, and it had grown large and financially sound enough to remain open as the country entered the Great Depression. Directors and shareholders moved to maintain the bank as a community-owned. They formed a bank holding company, which is Intermountain Bank Corp, in 1993, and it still is a sole shareholder of First Security Bank. We've seen many changes in growth. The bank has provided a strong financial backbone for the community and continues to be a locally owned and operated. In a span of over 90 years, the bank has grown from 4 full-time employees and 1 branch since 1919 to over 150 employees with 9 branches. 4 of those are in Bozeman, Belgrade, Three Forks, West Yellowstone, Fort Benton, and Big Sky. As Bozeman and Gallatin County emerges from a recession, demand for goods and services and homes will increase. The bank, we feel, is an asset since it's a locally owned community bank, as people are more understanding of what community banks can offer in services in a healthy overall economy. Local financial institutions do more lending to small businesses, meeting business owners' needs, security, savings, growth, access to unique services, various loan programs, as well as assist in revitalizing communities by spurring job growth. Housing is a key element in our local and national economies. Home ownership does generate jobs and strengthen the economy. And just quick notes, the overall banking lending has increased slightly and home refinances grew a little. Residential real estate activity generally remained sluggish. Conditions varied in certain areas. Some increased. Commercial real estate activity remained sluggish. Single-family home construction remained weak. Multifamily construction was up slightly. Commercial construction was slow. And favorably, agricultural conditions were good. To hold true to the points that I just made, First Security Bank was honored as the Montana Small Business Administration Emerging Lender of the Year for 2011, presented for being the lender that had a significant increase in the SBA loan volume. And we're going to continue to be a strong contributor in this area. Also, Bozeman's economy ranked among the country's 7th strongest for micropolitan areas by an independent economic research firm out of Florida, defined as urbanized area, which is between 10 to 50,000. Since 2000, the population growth in the area has been about 14.5, approximately 40,000 in Bozeman. Unemployment rate 6.5. Recent job growth has seen a little bit of a positive trend, increase of 0.58%. The trends should continue to be strong with the sense of community, the schools, and the quality of life that we get to share in Bozeman. As an important and valuable asset, we feel, is customers and clients, partners in the community's businesses. Because of the personal knowledge and ability to understand their local needs and local financing institutions are often able to approve small business loan and other loans. Another asset is employees. They know the customers by name in the community, longevity of staff and experience, education, able to hire qualified, educated individuals in this community is a plus, and the expertise of the employees. Community banks do supply close to 40% of the small loans banks make to businesses and farms. They play a critical role in providing financial services to smaller cities, towns, and neighborhoods, has an important role as a provider of relationship-based and information-intensive banking services. Networking and using area businesses, resources, along with a strong, experienced lending staff A role as a small business lender is important as business accounts for a significant share of the total output and economic growth. They account for just over a half of the private sector output and employment and provide 2/3 to 3/4 of net job growth. Small business is considered less than 500 employees. And partners of the city, county, local organizations, and businesses, we want to improve assistance to business, families, communities, organizations, and we're very strong in the community. We have officers and staff that are on boards on a lot of organizations and heavily involved in the community, as well as funding a lot of events. As far as the current situations and opportunities, our logo, Success Together, I think speaks lots. Its power of partnership and continued strong long-term relationships with key decisions being made locally by people who live in the community. And they're involved in, as professional and nonprofit organizations are important, they're involved in those as volunteers. Bank encourages community involvement within each officer and staff's area of expertise. Along those lines, First Security Bank was awarded the Outstanding Community Reinvestment by FDIC. This top designation has only been received by 10% of the banks in the nation, so that speaks highly of our community involvement. During the most recent recession, we again seen how important relationship lending continues to be, especially for small businesses. Financial services are fundamental to the economic growth and development. Banking, savings, investments, insurance, debt, and equity financing, helping individuals and businesses save money, build credit, enable businesses to start up, expand, increase efficiency, and compete in the local markets as well as the international markets. Continued opportunity for local financial institutions play a key role in expanding economic opportunities, having the knowledge of the local environment and as a source of innovative and business models. Again, along those lines, networking is an important aspect of conducting business where relationships are an integral component of business success. Maintaining strong relationships with good communications, creative solutions, and assisting customers, along with satisfying and dealing with ever-tightening and changing regulatory requirements.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the panel for starting out today's conversation. So to keep us moving on track, we're going to go directly into the table discussions, and these are going to be for roughly 15 minutes. And so again, I want you to be thinking about what are the assets that your industry, your sectors have to offer to the community, and most importantly, as you come out of that, looking at those opportunities of how are we going to build alliances and come up with some specific alliances that in your economic dating best scenario you would like to see occur for this region, because this is something that we need to implement across the board. So 15 minutes, and if you haven't guessed, I'm the timekeeper, and you will be hearing the bell.
I think that's what we're supposed to do, yeah.
The panel will join.
Oh.
If you want to facilitate, that's great. I want to make sure. Okay, Chris is there. So just for this specific project. You know where I was going with that.
I do. Did you get an answer? I'm up here to give you a hard time and also make sure you got an answer.
Yeah, I did. I mean, and the board was non-committal at this point, simply because they don't have enough information to make that type of decision yet. As long as you have We have just a couple minutes left. If you can begin to wrap up your conversations. "30 seconds." I'm so enjoying that. All right, if you can wrap up your conversation. Wow, I really thought the bell would help. Hello. All right. Really, we do want to get going. We need to keep it on schedule. So if I can get everybody's attention. Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Before we move on to the second panel, I would like the facilitators at 3 tables, if someone will raise their hand and come up with just a couple of the salient points that came out of your first conversation. And again, this is just so we continue the framework of moving forward. Lynn, speak loudly.
Our table came up with a discussion on the partnership between businesses and different people that the community is working together. We have some great examples here at this table of how that can help everybody do a better job, reach more people, and grow their business.
Was there something specific to your table really wanted to see occur?
Facilitating more of groups getting together, like the manufacturing groups, other people who share ideas and help each other.
Sort of the clusters? Okay. Yes, Marianne.
Speaking of the fact that the library is a really vibrant asset in the community that Mr. mentioned in our panel.
Okay.
Also the ability to put in community businesses as well as individuals. The partnerships between our service industry and how they're working with MS to bring that together.
Sure.
That the environment, the opportunity, the environment not just the large scale manufacturing, so we can work on that to bring financial and the workforce here.
All right. One more. Britt?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, oh, sure.
So this table also talks about the incredible human capital and the education and the intellectual ability of the people living and working here, but that we don't often buy local. So we buy local maybe in our stores, and maybe not architecture firms or manufacturing firms. We go out to Portland or Seattle. And is there a way to hire some of the companies that do great work that are here?
All right. Now, was there a nagging question that any of the tables raised about some of these opportunities or alliances that might be coming up? All right. Yep, sorry.
Well, maybe not a question, but we posed about the technological side, how it's bringing a lot of higher-end infrastructure and business people in here. Then it also brings in more eye from the federal government on grants and making sure that people are doing things correctly, because like Bozeman's downtown. So the question is kind of, the growth part.
Growth in terms of increasing critical mass, increasing...
More.
Well, I was not. I was just more of a side comment than anything. We were discussing all the positives about the national recognition, and I just really is a big deal. I just said, there's a negative side to that, because in our case, for federal programs and stuff, it seems like we are the place to audit, because it's a place to come and visit and see. And the auditors will say, "Well, this was great. I went in the ski hill over the weekend. I'll be back this summer to do some fishing."
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
It's funny because we're going to get a financial audit from the SBA, and for some reason they didn't want to come in the middle of winter. They said, "No, we'll be there in summer." I'm like, oh, darn. Well, thank you for those comments. We want to keep moving to keep us on track, and we're going to be jumping into panel number 2. And panel number 2, we're going to be discussing what barriers and constraints exist within your sector and the community that you see for economic growth. And as panelists, when you get ready to speak, be close to the mic, push the yellow button. But let me do a few introductions first. First, we have Dr. Christoph Lambert. He is the chairman and CEO of Golden Helix, a bioinformatics software and services company. He founded in Bozeman in 1998. They empower scientists to determine the genetic cause of disease, transforming drug discovery, develop genetic diagnostics, and advance the quest for personalized medicine. Serving hundreds of researchers on 6 continents, its customers include the world's top pharmaceutical, biotech, and academic research organizations. He's working towards a world where disease is detected years in advance of symptoms, and where bioinformatics enabling a powerful evidence-based feedback loop for prevention, so people can be proactive about their health and lead longer, healthier, and more fulfilling lives. Matt McCune is a 2002 graduate of Montana State University, College of Engineering. He started Autopilot Inc. in 2006, which is a product design, development, and manufacturing company. Matt's vision is to bring world-class manufacturing to Bozeman by growing Autopilot, serving his customers, and investing in a great team of people to help him accomplish these goals. He serves on the board of the Bozeman Chamber of Commerce and the Industrial Advisory Council at MSU College of Engineering. Jim Robbins is the Senior Vice President of the Tourism Division of the Bozeman Area Chamber of Commerce, which includes the Bozeman Tourism Improvement District and the Bozeman Convention and Visitors Bureau. He also has 15 years of experience owning tourism-related businesses in the Bozeman area. Tim Trzynski is the director of the Gallatin Valley and Headwaters Area Food Banks for the past 4 years. He's a member of the Montana Food Security Council, which works on hunger and food security issues at the state level. He's an MSU graduate, originally from Savage, Montana, in the far eastern part of the state. And then we're joined then rounding out the panel with Scott Molzan, who has been Montana real estate licensee since February of 2006. He became a licensed broker in 2010. He is a member of the National Association of Realtors, the Montana Association of Realtors, and the Gallatin Association of Realtors, which is currently serving as the 2012 president. He has been a resident of Bozeman since 1981, and before obtaining his real estate license, he had a 26-year career in the local construction industry, culminating in successfully managing Scott Molzan, Inc., a residential general contracting business from 2000 through 2006. So we'll begin with Christoph, and you'll note, since I am the timekeeper of fun, if when you see the 1 minute come up, if you could move on to the next. Thank you.
All right. Well, I was speaking this morning with a prospective investor in my company and mentioning that I was going to be on this panel, and he said it's all about the ecosystem. And so when you talk about obstacles or constraints, you sort of have to ask what is it we're trying to have more of, and what is we don't have enough of? What is the increase in flows that we're interested in seeing happen? My sense is what we're really trying to do is increase the number of successful technology entrepreneurs, at least in my sector, the one I'm interested in. And the degree of success is a function of capability. Having enough high capability people is a function of your population. So we say our population of Montana is, if you will, a constraint. Now, it's not something, something that will, grow over time, but not something we can change overnight. So then we got to look at inflows from external sources for this talent. What is the rate of technology transfer, both outside the state and elsewhere? What's the rate of immigration of high capability entrepreneurs, and how can we affect that inflow? What is our business incubation capacity in town? The tech ranch was thriving for a little while, but its funding got lost. In part, Senator Burns lost re-election. He brought in the pork to keep tech ranch funded, and now we sort of have a part-time incubation company there that really did a lot of good in getting some companies off the ground. And so I think our business incubation capacity in Bozeman really needs some shoring up. I'd say a lot of the technology growth and success we see in Bozeman is as a result of Montana State being a top 100 research university, and that means, in funding, I think we were 96 a couple years ago. I'm not sure that we dropped a bit, but it's close to 100th in bringing in research dollars of all of the universities in the country. That's something that's pretty amazing. One risk I see, and it's kind of a matter of public record, you look at the current proposed draft strategic plan for Montana State, it doesn't mention research. And so there's been criticisms of it that it looks like a plan more for a community college. So if we're going to see more tech jobs, and we need to really get the research, shore up and increase the research success of Montana State University. And I think, the leadership at Montana State really needs to look at prioritizing that. When you look at ecosystem, and the thing I'm particularly interested in is translational research, where biotech and genetics and so forth gets brought into the clinic and makes a real impact on patients' lives. I came from my PhD at Duke University in Research Triangle Park. You have 3 research universities, and you've got at least one major research hospital there in Duke University. That interface between the practice of medicine and the research and getting those linked up is something we do not have in Bozeman. Our hospital, while a great one in terms of quality of care, and I even know there's some real entrepreneurial, doctors. One of my doctors has some patent on something, and maybe he's going to go make a fortune with it, but you don't have that close coupling with the research of the university, and I noticed, the university was not mentioned as a connection point with the hospital as one of the assets. Physical location's a big deal. It's just a hard thing to address at this point, but something to think about going forward. There's another asset so we look at, we got under 1 million people in Montana. And so where's all the talent? Yet there's an amazing amount of high net worth individuals of extraordinary talent and accomplishment who have ranches and vacation homes and Yellowstone Club estates and so forth. And I'd ask, how many people who belong to the Yellowstone Club are starting businesses in Bozeman? And to some it may be, well, I don't want to pee in my backyard. I can go to Boulder or Silicon Valley if I want the hustle and bustle. I come here to do, rest and recreation. But I was talking to someone who was trying to attract Leroy Hood to come do something here. As you may know, Leroy Hood created the Systems Biology Institute. It's got the highest impact factor in terms of publication and research output, beating Harvard and Yale. It's only 10 years old. And he's a Montana native. And he's into personalized medicine and building that out. Not particularly interested in doing it here. So, but interestingly, Luxembourg approached him and said, we want to diversify from just being in banking. We think your Systems Biology Institute's a cool model to learn from. Well, they funded $100 million to go build another Systems Biology Institute in Luxembourg. So it really comes to really high capability people who can build these really big things. How do we get that mobilized? It actually exists here, but it's kind of their vacation location. How am I for time? About 1 minute. So a few other things that come to mind. Internet bandwidth, so a little more tactical. It's expensive to get really the high-speed bandwidth you need for the massive data transfer that goes on in, say, the field of genetics that I live in. Access to capital is something that, and there's 3 things that come to mind. One is investors. It's been mentioned at our table in discussion a little bit, just the lack of investor capital and venture firms that are in this area, not that there's none. Debt financing, local banks, they'll give you a line of credit on receivables, but if you want to, build a technology business, debt financing is not available through sources here. And grants is a big one where I can see the connection of the university and entrepreneurs and really funding the growth of businesses through STTR. There's actually, Montana has a pretty good hit rate on grants. So, and then finally, in my own company, access to talent, again, comes to that population thing. I got to be reaching out to other parts of the country to try to find people, and it's not always easy figuring out that relocation, especially if you have a specialized area. And then I think, well, if it doesn't work out and I've moved my family, is there 3 other firms in a similar space that I could go to if it doesn't work out? So while we do have a thriving or a burgeoning startup ecosystem, it's still not at that place of critical mass where you can really drive that feedback loop of bringing in that high quality talent. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. I just have some random kind of notes jotted down here that I'd like to go through. First of all, I think Stuart kind of mentioned that one of my visions is to kind of bring or facilitate world-class manufacturing in Bozeman. And I think it's probably important to differentiate. There's a bunch of folks in this room I see, Sims Mystery Ranch, West Paw, Greg's company, Highlight Outdoor Products, more textile manufacturing, whereas when I think about manufacturing for the stuff that we do at Autopilot, it's more CNC machining, building automation equipment, kind of a different sector completely than soft goods manufacturing. And I have to say I'm quite impressed with what we've got going on here with the soft goods stuff and with Gore bringing Sitka into town. I mean, this is just amazing stuff and amazing companies working on a big level on the soft goods kind of stuff. So when I think about manufacturing, I get all fired up about hard goods stuff and machines and metal parts and brackets and inventions and stuff like that. So I think about an automotive manufacturing facility, and are we even remotely close to having anything like that here? And I say no way. And so when I think about what the constraint is to accomplish getting something like that here on a bigger level, I feel like I personally have to own that responsibility. There are way more things right about Bozeman than there are wrong, in my opinion. And if there are any limitations that are keeping us from getting there, they're just little problems that we're all aware of that we need to just work on and fix. And so I kind of feel like whatever the constraint is, we need to identify it, focus on it, and work on it and fix it. And if there is something now, it's going to be gone in 3 years, and it's going to be something different in 3 years. And we just have to work on that problem. But that's probably not the answer that everybody wanted to hear. We want to hear tangible things. So from my perspective, and I think a number of folks here know this, but I think from a CNC machining perspective, getting good trained staff, these are good jobs that high school students could do a year or 2 year program and become very capable of running CNC equipment and manufacturing equipment. So I'd like to see that type of program progress. And I think it's kind of funny because I've been talking about that for a few years, but at the same time I'm not willing to hire anyone because we've got to kind of move in the direction of having more jobs in that sector and having people kind of all at the same time. So that's one topic that I could pick on as a constraint. Another thing that came to mind was I'll tell you a little story about a personal experience. I've got a mentor that told me one time, the only surprises that you like to have in business are good ones. And so, he said that, and I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. A little surprise that happened for me recently in Bozeman. My bank called, no fault of theirs, they're just doing their job, and said, you have to get flood insurance for your building. Because FEMA redid the floodplain map, and the creek is now going right through the middle of your shop. And so I looked down at the shop floor, and I'm like, well, that's funny. It's not. I'm not an expert at this stuff. I don't know anything about it. I'm not a civil engineer. I don't know about floodplains. I don't know about floodplain maps. And that's a whole different world that I'm not only uneducated in, but I don't know anything about it. Well, that's uneducated, but I'm not even interested in it. I don't care to learn about it. And it's not on my radar, nor do I want it to be. And so my options are to pay an engineering firm thousands of dollars to get the property surveyed to redo a map with FEMA, or I buy flood insurance for thousands of dollars. And I'm thinking, here's a little surprise that's not a good one. That, if we sit around and talk about small incentives that we can offer, that Bozeman could offer for businesses, oftentimes we're thinking of things that are much, much smaller than thousands of dollars on one little line item. And so that was a nice little surprise that showed up for me. And I just had no idea it was coming. And it's not the end of the world. I go, well, maybe I should just be more responsible and know about these things. And that's kind of my take on it at the end of the day. So I pay the bills and I move on. But if we could have some help with those kind of issues where we have no idea that they're not relevant to what we do on a daily basis. I guess that's probably it. I'm good. Oh, nice.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be able to represent tourism here. Can you hear me okay there? Carl did a great job of covering a lot of the benefits that we have here in Bozeman when it comes to the tourism industry. Obviously, a vibrant downtown, Montana State University, the year-round recreation, the strong air service, Yellowstone National Park, Museum of the Rockies are just a few of the great things that really create a strong tourism base here in the city of Bozeman. We're fortunate to, as a result, be the center of leisure tourism in the state. I would say that there's about $2.4 billion spent in the state of Montana from tourism, and about 10% of that lands right here in Bozeman. So that's probably the most significant chunk. But perhaps one of the drawbacks to just being such a great leisure destination is those folks typically want to come in July and August. For the most part, that's when they all want to come. It's about a six-week period. And so one of the challenges we face is how do we, when it comes to the leisure tourism, how do we manage those peaks and valleys that are created by that kind of tourism? And it's unlikely that we would ever be able to have the leisure, the facilities required to handle huge increases during July and August, because those facilities go relatively unused other times of the year. There is certainly some opportunity to promote Bozeman as a winter destination and to ramp up a few months in the winter, and so I definitely see that as an opportunity. So I think one of the best ways to address those peaks and valleys is to look at some other types of tourism as well. We need to support leisure tourism. I think that's very important. But also we need to look at some other different types of tourism. Quite often, when you look at other forms of tourism, they are facility related. And so I think that's part of the reason why many cities haven't addressed those as much, just because of the costs involved. The two exceptions in terms of opportunities we have to grow tourism would be winter, where we don't need facilities. We can promote winter, and we have hotel occupancies to accommodate that. Also, maybe film is a place where, promoting this area as a film-producing destination, an opportunity that maybe doesn't require facilities. But after that, we kind of are in need of some facilities, and probably the most prominent, of course, is the meeting space limitations that we have in the city of Bozeman. As we are experiencing right here in this room, obviously, we are in need of a larger space. We have 3 great conference hotels that do a very good job. They all 3 have a 4,000 square foot room, or of approximately that size. And in that size of space, you can sit about 250 to 300 people at round tables. And then 2 of those hotels have appropriate breakout space surrounding those spaces that can then accommodate breakouts while the tables are still set up and being adjusted for maybe another larger event later on in the day. But after that, that pretty much then becomes our group meeting size capacity really in the city is 250 to 300 people that can sit at those tables, with the exception of course, MSU has an outstanding facility at the SUB Ballroom that can probably double that size, 500 to 600 people sitting at a round table. But it's, they do have, of course, a priority in terms of taking care of the students. And so the schedule is quite often limited that we can utilize that facility. And so I think that's probably the most significant barrier that we have here in Bozeman in terms of tourism. We also have several others in terms of event and athletic complex limitations. I think that we have, in most of these scenarios, we have a kind of a small version. We can accommodate a small group or a small event or a small tournament. But when it really comes to the ones that have a citywide effect on the hotels during off seasons when we have very low occupancies, those really can't come to Bozeman in many cases. I think that, a significant outdoor field complex would be important, so we can handle some bigger tournaments outside. I think that, and a lot of these things are being worked on, and the city with Britt Pano obviously doing a great job looking into a lot of these things. Another one is having multiple sheets of ice. Just having one sheet of ice at the fairground, kind of a limitation into the type of size of tournament we can bring to that facility. The fairground complex obviously has some real limitations in terms of the rodeo and equine events that we can have there. And in terms of performing arts venues, Bozeman really lacks an outdoor place to go have a big festival. I think a lot of cities like Bozeman, of course, have those kind of venues outside. Also an indoor performing arts venue, similar situation. I think we've focused on leisure tourism. It's been a very great thing for our city, but I think we have to recognize the limitations of that, and we need to look at other ways to work on some of these other times of the year when we have relatively low occupancies. Also an event center. Brick Breeden Fieldhouse, obviously an outstanding facility, but with some schedule limitations. So maybe that's a lot of just another facility that we kind of need to look at. So thank you.
All right. Oh yeah, got the mic. Great. First one, I guess, extend my appreciation to the people in this room. The fact that you're here, the fact that you are working on these issues is extremely encouraging to me. As the director of the food bank in the last 4 years, the number of people that we have served has quadrupled. That has been the reality, and that has been the challenge before us, frankly. I'll speak a little bit broadly to the social service sector in just a moment, but to give you some context or to give you some sense of our world, we have a lot of individual stories that are just heartbreaking. One that I will bring to this group for your consideration is actually from a small business owner, however. We had a number of people coming through on a given afternoon, an individual standing outside the food bank with some hesitancy to come in. He was standing there. He was unwilling to come through and open that door, on the verge of tears. Finally went out to him to visit with him, brought him in. It was a little quieter. We'd gotten through the bulk of our rush. I sat down with him, and he started to explain how he was a small business owner looking to keep his business afloat. That month made payroll by about $42. So he was at the food bank that day because he made sure that his employees were paid, that they had the dollars for the paychecks for his family, but he certainly felt that responsibility. So I think that ties to, in the back of the room was mentioned, our assets being our people. We have great people here that their companies, their businesses matter to them. And that's just, I think, one example of the levels that people will go to try to do their very best. And I think the food bank and the level of service that we've provided over the last several years, we've seen innumerable stories about people doing their very best. And I think as long as we continue to do that, people in this room continue to put our heads together, we can figure some of those things out. So in terms of challenges, I want to speak to how our community is set up to deal with transitions, not just at the food bank, but across the social service sector. Our communities go through, good times and bad. When the businesses are booming, there's opportunities everywhere. We're doing well. That's great. When things begin to go the other way and different industries start to struggle, there are capacity challenges that we have, and I think there needs to be a stronger community discussion and community debate on what we're asking of our social service community in that way. A number of nonprofits in town, social service organizations do a lot of great work. Their funding sources right now, there's a public discussion on, what's appropriate. Are these publicly supported programs? Are they funded by the tax base? Are these community supported organizations? And are we reliant on donations and donors? The food bank side, we do an awful lot with the generosity of our community, those that are committed to our work, and we're appreciative of that. In the long term, however, I think either path has both positive and negative elements. How our social services ultimately come and what the appropriate level is something that we'll have to figure out along the way. But certainly our business community is very generous. We would certainly like more job opportunities to be there for people, and I think that's part of why we're here today. The number of people that come to the food bank oftentimes had a lot of success in their particular sector. How do they transition to the next one when that job opportunity or that business is no longer available? How are we looking at job retraining opportunities? How are we creating those appropriate entry-level positions where businesses can get the resources, the talent, the people they need to make their communities grow and succeed? And how do we, I guess for lack of a better term, how do we transition people to their next opportunity or their next contribution to our community? The challenge from the social service sector lately, frankly, has been how do we keep up? Can we keep up? How do we utilize existing resources? The food bank side, we're fortunate. We distributed over 2 million pounds of food in the last year. 40% of that came from our local grocery industry, our food sellers, our food producers. They, through their generosity, know that people need to eat. We would rather not have these things be wasted. And that demonstrates the dynamic, the symbiont partnerships that we have. Their employees, they're trying to hang on. Their employees are coming to the food bank, but their business model, they're doing the very best they can to make the resources that we have go as far as they can in our community. So those transitions through difficult times have a lot of pitfalls, I think, and it is, I think, indicative, and sometimes people don't realize the inherent connection between our business community, our nonprofit community. There really is. The struggle in one sector goes all down the line, all down the cycle, and I think that's important for us to realize that, when times are good, things are a little bit easier. When times are tough, if everyone will buckle down, we can still make our community a success as we collectively transition together to that next opportunity and that next success. On the social service side, given that our task is a little bit hard, oftentimes the social service world, the nonprofits, we don't work as well together. So there's a coordination challenge. A lot of people doing a lot of work, but in terms of resource utilization, we want to make the very best of what we're given, those tax dollars, those donation dollars that we have. It's a little bit of a challenge, however, keeping track with so many nonprofits, so many people doing good work, so many businesses doing so many things, that there's a bit of a coordination challenge. The final thing that I will, I think, leave you all with in terms of challenges and barriers, misconception. I think the food bank, oftentimes, the social service world, people have a hesitancy to seek help, to want to seek that support. We try to frame that in a bit of a different light, that we're a community as a whole. So when people have a little bit of a struggle, that's not an indication of failure. That business owner, he was trying his very best, and it's certainly in our interest. It takes fewer resources to give him a little bit of help when he's almost on that very edge than to provide and bring those resources to when he's completely failed and his business has completely failed. So we do look to, I think, try to make sure that the connections between us are really, really important. And I think that the social service world has kept up to the best of it has been able to, but we've learned things along the way, and I think we can do a better job with coordination and with keeping things going down an appropriate path.
Good morning. Scott Molzon. This is very interesting to take part in. Number one, I want to thank Stuart and Britt for inviting me to this. I was kind of miscast. As you look at this, what are the challenges and barriers? Well, if you're a real estate agent, there are no challenges or barriers. You are optimistic and you are ready to go full speed ahead. With that being said, and if you remember my bio, I came out of a 26-year construction career, which, by the way, started right here in Bozeman. Me and a couple other guys were working down in Yellowstone Park driving stagecoach, and we said, let's move to Bozeman. This is in 1981. And sure, why not? We can find jobs up there. Well, if any of you remember what the economy was like in 1981, interest rates were running between 12 and 16%. Bozeman wasn't exactly a booming community. It did have the MSU was here. But believe it or not, I walked into a local contractor's office and I said, I'm a farm kid from North Dakota. Can I have a job? And he said, you can start right now. So that got me kick-started on Bozeman, and essentially I've been here for over 30 years. With regards to this topic, I'm here representing about 500 members of the Gallatin Association of Realtors, and we have about 700 members in our MLS system. So I polled each one of those 500 members and I said, well, what do you think the barriers and constraints are? And they said, well, just buy and sell more real estate and you're done. So that's all I have to say. And as far as Matt goes, I can help him out with that floodplain stuff if he would like to call me. One of the interesting things that I want to point out is, real estate agents, whether they're brokers or licensees or whatever, we're all independent contractors. So I'm not up here representing as the head of an organization where everybody draws their paycheck and we hope our business expands. I'm here representing about 500 of us who we don't have a steady paycheck unless we have another job. So that springs forward the eternal optimism, and fortunately we are here in a place that allows us to be optimistic. If you look around Bozeman and you see the amenities we have with the skiing, the fishing, the park, but the thing that comes up the most with people that I deal with, and I deal with people really from all over the world. I've had clients from Australia. It's the folks that are here and the community that we've all created and you've all been a part of is what's really important. We all get up in the morning, we all look at the same views, we go to work. We just have such a terrific environment here that it's really hard for me to say, gee, these are the barriers for myself as an individual contractor and speak for another 499 individual contractors. But with that being said, what really is holding up the market? Well, economics is. We are totally dependent on the economics that are going on in our area. I mean, if building is down, obviously real estate sales are down. Correspondingly, interest rates are high. It's going to be harder to get somebody qualified. So let's talk about costs a little bit. When I'm representing somebody and they've been to the lender and they've said, they've taken all their information in and gotten qualified up to a certain point, let's just say it's a $200,000 number. So you go out and you look and you see what's out there. And so you look in Bozeman, or you talk to a builder, and they go, well, we can build this, or this is for sale, but it's $215,000. Well, we can't do $215,000. We can do $200,000. Well, then you kind of get into that I word, the impact fees, and that horse is being ridden, and it's going to be ridden for a long time to come. So I'm not really going to go to that. What I'm going to address is every additional cost that goes into a home purchase, which is what we're all about, is home ownership. You know, home ownership promotes stable communities, etc. But every additional cost that goes into the purchase of that home, you're starting to push people out. So just keep in mind that economics dictate home ownership. That's so important. And you'll see, I mean, we all want to keep Bozeman a viable place that we all enjoy being here. And you'll see, like in the Four Corners area, we're starting to see, not starting, it's been happening for a long time. If there's not that extra cost involved, you're going to have people that go out of the city to buy homes, to build businesses. So you really want to keep that in mind. One thing I would say is we're starting to see a real spirit of cooperation here between the city and the chamber and the Gallatin Association of Realtors and SWMBIA and just a number of groups, and I think that is so encouraging. And I have to take my hat off to Britt and Tim and Stuart. You know, that's fantastic. I would like to see that go on a little bit further with maybe as the city planners are looking at zoning or something like that they include some commercial people in there. And let's look and see where these corridors are coming into town and where it makes sense to place businesses and then place homes. You know, I don't want to, I've been rambling on for a little bit, but I guess the upshot is I'm very proud to represent the realtor community here and our affiliates, which are the lenders and appraisers. I stand up here holding a lot of hats, but I guess I'll just say thanks for including us in this, and you know, let's move forward, Bozeman. We've got a terrific place to live here, and on we go. Thanks.
Thank you, panel. Thank you very much for that. So we're going to move back into the table discussions. We're going to try to keep this moving along here fairly quickly. We've got about 10-15 minutes. I'm doing okay on that time management piece. But remember that these are building blocks. So we've talked about the assets, talked about some opportunities. What are some of the barriers? We want to keep building towards, you know, defining key stakeholders, identifying partnerships, you know, mobilizing networks, and how we're going to build those strategic alliances. And the next part will be when we're actually looking at what are some measurable outcomes and how we're going to achieve that. So now you have the next few minutes for this. We have just a couple minutes, so if we can begin to wrap up your conversations. We have the baby bell, 30 seconds. All right. If I can get everybody. Really, 3, 2, 1. I'll start calling out names here shortly. Okay, Gary. Sorry. I got to keep us on track. I warned you I'd call out names. So, again, as we're building the building blocks moving forward, I'd like to touch on a couple of tables. Dan, what was some of the salient comments that came out of your table?
Some of the challenges between the financial sector and the business sector and the changing regulations has really made it difficult to make those connections as businesses grow and keep up with the changes in the financial sector and the new regulations. That's been a discussion here about the barriers.
Okay. Amanda? Sean. All right. Well, to continue to keep us on track, you're going to like this part, so that we can get to our keynote speaker. We're going to be getting ready here shortly to serve lunch, and want to really thank Clark's Fork for providing that lunch for us today. They also provided your morning snack, and so when you have an opportunity, when you go by that particular eatery in town, please thank them for their generosity. And we're going to be taking about 15 to 20 minutes to get your lunch. I know there's a lot of people. It's going to take a while and circulate back in so that we can then come back and get ready for the keynote speaker here at leading up to about 12:30. So with that, you have a little bit of a break, and we'll see you back here for lunch. Dan, do you have...
There's snack lunches, and on the stack that you should have on
Yep. It's been great, I think.
instead of like the visa process. You know? That's right, George. Okay. So 12:30 to 1, and start to we finish early. That'll be good. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt you to be a little ahead of schedule.
I think I got us back on schedule.
I know. You're doing great. That's a great turnout.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic.
He's going to call me tomorrow.
And part of where I'm going to try
this up here. Yes. Where do you want to be, Bob? Put it right there so I can look out. That'd be great. I'm going to turn it this way. Yeah, if I could just set the computer there. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to just take these 3 things with me then.
Is it going to reach there?
I think so. Watch the cowbell.
I think that's good. Then I can talk and see it. And that's right. We can hit the...
Hello.
Can you take the lights down again?
All right, folks. If I can get your attention so we can keep moving. The mood lighting. All right. Ooh, I didn't even have to use a cowbell. Not bad. We're learning. All right, well, maybe not. Sort of like Pavlov's dogs. So it is my pleasure, if I can get everybody's attention, please. It is my pleasure to be introducing our keynote speaker for lunch today, Dean Robert Hatella with MSU's Gallatin College programs, the 2-year education college serving Gallatin and surrounding counties. Bob has over 25 years leadership experience in for-profit, nonprofit, and public sector organizations. His diverse background includes starting and building a $30 million youth services company that operated in 6 states and Puerto Rico, leading an adventure travel company, leading a local economic development organization, and starting a publishing company. He has worked in education and led the development of a number of educational programs, including residential school programs, community-based schools, and charter schools. Bob has a Master of Social Work from the University of Denver and a Bachelor of Science from Western Michigan University. Please join me in welcoming Dean Robert Hatella.
Well, can you hear me out there? Okay. Well, good afternoon. I don't know if I've ever had a cowbell this handy when I've been at a podium, so that'll be interesting. I'm pleased to be here today and be a part of this. I started this morning as we were going through the panel discussions, marking down every time someone brought up workforce development. And then I quit because every speaker brought up workforce development. So workforce development and economic development are definitely interrelated. They are both critical to the viability of a community, and they separate thriving communities from dying communities. So I think the discussion this morning really hit on that. What I thought I would cover for the next half hour is talk about 2-year education across Montana and why we need to expand it and what we're doing to work on that across the state. Then I'll touch on Gallatin College programs, what we're doing here locally as kind of your startup 2-year college. Then we'll get into some local workforce needs and talk about the workforce needs assessment we conducted at the end of last year. And then I have 2 opinion questions for you I'd love to have your views on, so I'll share those with you. So 2-year education in Montana, it's a bit of an underdeveloped and underutilized system, as you'll see from some of the data I share with you. We definitely have geographic and demographic challenges in this state to provide education at the 2-year level. We also have a unique structure. The 2-year education system is tied to the 4-year education system. There's some great advantages to that, and there are also some challenges in that structure. So let's look at a little of the data comparing Montana to the U.S. In Montana, if you look at all the undergraduate students in the state, 27% of them are at a 2-year college. Nationally, that's 53%. So a much smaller system. And when I say 2-year colleges, I'm talking about the 3 community colleges, the 5 colleges of technology around the state. There's 2 of us at our college programs affiliated with universities. MSU Northern, U of M Western provide some 2-year degrees, and then the tribal colleges. The total number of units that do 2-year education across the state are 21. So it's definitely a dispersed system, driven again by the demographics and geography. Another measure is the dual enrollment courses. These are courses that high school students can take and earn college credit by completing both high school coursework and college level coursework at the same time. In Montana, 2.5% of the high school students can be enrolled in one of those courses. Nationally, it's close to 5% or greater in many states. This is an area we're focusing on. And then enrollment of 25 to 49-year-olds in 2-year colleges. That's kind of our population. That's the sweet spot for community colleges around the country. Here, nationally, for every 1,000 people, 21 of those citizens will be enrolled. Here in Montana, it's 9. So you're getting the impression we have a smaller 2-year education system for a variety of reasons. You can see the percentage of undergraduate enrollment, the 27%, and compared to the other states. So we definitely trail. We're one of the lowest utilizations across the country. And then if we look at that 25 to 49-year-old group, you can see how we stack up there compared to the national average and some of our fellow Western states. This underutilized and underdeveloped system is compounded by what's coming in terms of our aging state. And I know we've heard this at many economic summits and that kind of thing. The state is getting older. I mean, if you look at in 2000, 13.4% of the state was 65 and older. And then in 2010, it jumps up to 15%. And then look what happens by 2030. A lot of us in the room are in that group that all of a sudden are 65 and older. But the state is definitely aging. And that's, I find, around this community, sometimes it's hard to recognize that because this is a young community and our trend in this area really runs counter to the rest of the state. But this number and this trend has definite impact on 2-year education. There is a coming education gap and workforce gap for educated workers that's really tied to this. Another factor that contributes is the rising demand for an educated workforce. And you read about this all the time in the paper and in articles. If you go back to 73, it says 28% of all jobs required some college. Well, look how that's risen from 56% in 92, 59% in 07, and 63% in 2018. And I think back to my days back in the 70s, I had relatives in the Michigan area where I'm originally from, and I had relatives that went to work in the factories. They didn't go to school. They said, "Why are you going to school, Bob? You can go make $40,000 a year working at GM," and that's what they did. Well, those jobs are gone. They're not doing that anymore back in Michigan. There are very few of those left, and many of the jobs in those factories require more training and education than they did back then. So this trend has continued and will continue. I like to show this graph as we started Gallatin College a couple years ago, and we're making the case for why we needed a 2-year college here in Bozeman. This graph was developed to look at the population concentration within a 50-mile area of the major urban areas in the Northern Rockies. And if you look at that, you can see on the left that Bozeman is the number 8th area at 87,412 citizens within a 50-mile area. Well, look at the list below the Bozeman. There's Great Falls. There's Casper, Helena, Butte. Every one of those has a 2-year college. Some of them have 1,400, 1,800 students in that 2-year college. So the case that we needed 2-year education here, given the population distribution, and then given the economic growth that we've seen over the years here in Bozeman, really came together, and 2 years ago we were approved to start Gallatin College. Let me mention a little bit about the history of 2-year education here and where it came from. It really started 11 years ago. The MSU Great Falls College of Technology established an extension here, and that was at the request of the president of Montana State University. The extension was established, started doing some programs with a notion that eventually we'll move this and develop our own 2-year college here locally. So that went on. Things like developmental education courses were brought on. Some training for the workforce was brought on. The first degree program, the aviation program came in 2005. And then in May of 2010, after President Cruzado had joined us that January, we were able to get the Board of Regents to approve transitioning that unit and establishing 2-year education under Montana State University. And that was a big deal. I mean, there was definitely concern of adding another 2-year education unit, competing for resources, all those kinds of discussions went on. And frankly, thanks to President Cruzado and her perseverance on this issue, we were able to get this passed and get this done. So we were approved then. In July of that year, I had started 4 months earlier. I wrote a 6-month transition plan, and then after June 1, getting the okay, I had 2 months, and we transitioned that extension into MSU. And then another milestone happened in January of 2011, and that was right here where the Bozeman City Commission stepped up and said, we want to support workforce development. We want to help make that happen at Gallatin College, and they allocated funding for 2.5 years. And the amount of the funding was the equivalent of 1.5 mils. So really a great level of support that the city stepped up. The city commission really showed a commitment to 2-year education and supporting workforce development here locally. As I mentioned, the 2-year system definitely has room for expansion. And as part of that, on a statewide level, Montana has received a grant from the Lumina Foundation. And I think we're one of only 6 states around the country that have received this grant. And we call the initiative we're working on the College Now Initiative. And it's really to expand access, have more students involved in 2-year education, meet more workforce needs across the state, and really develop that kind of community college and 2-year college system that the state needs. As part of that, we have this comprehensive mission we've developed, and we've all committed to implementing this. That includes transfer education through associate's degrees. Many of you that have lived and worked in other states know that community colleges often provide general education coursework so students can start there. If they pay a lower tuition, they're in smaller classes, and then they transfer to a university as they have more specific education goals in mind. We also committed to workforce development, developing the certificate programs or the Associate of Applied Science degrees that your local industry needs. Developmental and basic education is part of what we do. Many students that come into 2-year education still need to work on remedial math skills or writing skills, and the same thing at the university, so we provide those courses. And then lifelong learning and community development. We also, the 2-year leaders around the state, as we worked on this, also identified the key mission attributes that we believe are essential in any 2-year college. One is open access admissions. We take every student. Another is affordable. Our tuition is about 60% at the 2-year level of the 4-year universities in the state. Nationally, it's closer to 40%, and that's where we'd like to see it. But we need to be an affordable option for the citizens that need that. It's student-centered. We have advisors. We have smaller class sizes. We really focus on the students in this smaller environment. Needs to be adult-focused and accessible learning. Many of our students work, have families. It's a different population than you think about for the incoming MSU freshman group. We need to be responsive to local needs. Obviously, that's kind of why we're here today. And then cultivation of partnerships. So if you look at our students, you will see we have many adults that are changing careers. They come back to us and want to try something else. It's an older student population. Up at the university, they often refer to the kids that are coming in next fall. Well, ours aren't so much kids. They tend to be adults that have kids of their own. First-time college students. In the community college system around the country, many of the folks that come are the first in their family to go to college. And community colleges and 2-year colleges provide that access. Working full-time or part-time, we teach evening courses. We have evening programs and weekends because many of our students are working. Our students have a greater need for financial aid. Many of them come from low-income situations. And they are focused on employment. It's an interesting equation when you have an adult coming back to school, looking at a career opportunity, and believe me, what they pay into it, they're expecting a return on investment. They want to learn the skills necessary and be educated to walk into a job coming out. And that's great. And that's what 2-year education's about. So up at Gallatin College Programs, we have really 4 areas that our programs fall into. The workforce programs, these are the 1- and 2-year certificates and degrees. We have developmental education, which I mentioned. We also teach developmental education for all the MSU students that need it. And we do transfer education. This is starting this coming fall. And then dual enrollment, which I mentioned earlier. Sure. Yeah. I want it noted that an administrator from the university waited till slide 12 to talk about enrollment. That rarely happens up there. It's usually the first thing we talk about. So our enrollment's been growing. Developmental coursework, 684 students. Workforce degree programs, 207 this past fall. A 22% increase over the year before. And I'll show you this. Here's a number of the two-year colleges around the state, and I'll just walk through them. There's Gallatin College at the top, Dawson Community College, Montana Tech, Miles City, Billings College of Technology, Helena, Great Falls, Flathead Valley, and then Missoula College of Technology. And this is enrollment based on a full-time equivalency measure. This is where we take all the students, all their credits, and say if we put it into a full-time student load for 2 semesters, how many would it equal? So you can see Gallatin College is fast approaching Dawson, Montana Tech, and Miles City in terms of enrollment. But what I really think this slide shows us is where we're headed. If you look at Billings, Helena, Great Falls, I would expect over time we're going to start pushing an enrollment like that as we meet student needs, community needs, and industry needs here locally. So the programs we currently have, we have an interior design program. That's an Associate of Applied Science 2-year program for people getting interested in getting into the interior design field. We have a design drafting program we started 2 years ago. Our first graduates from that program are coming this spring. We have an aviation program, Associate of Applied Science. So those are the 3 associate level ones we currently offer. And then we have a welding certificate of applied science. That's a 1-year program. The enrollment in there is always full. That's a very popular program. This fall, we brought on 2 new programs based on interest and request from industry. One is a bookkeeping 1-year certificate program. And so here, this is designed for folks that want to go out and become AR or AP clerks or payroll clerks or kind of a general business manager in one of our small businesses. The medical assistant program, we started with support from the medical community. We had 17 students in it this fall, and I think we have 16 that are graduating this spring, so we're very excited. In these programs, we get folks that are right out of high school looking for a career path. We get folks that are working in the industry that want to advance their skills and education so they can take on a new job, and folks changing careers. So it's really a diverse group. And then this fall, we have some additional degrees and programs starting. One is a residential building performance program, or weatherization technician is another way to say it. And this is a 1-year certificate program. We're doing this in conjunction with the Montana Weatherization Training Center out on the frontage road. That's operated by MSU Extension. And so this will be the first certificate program for weatherization technicians in the country. So we're excited to bring this on. We'll be providing our own courses and bringing on some of the training they do in the weatherization centers as part of the program. And then transfer degrees are coming. As I mentioned, this is part of our mission to provide these general education courses leading to an Associate of Science, Associate of Arts, and Certificate of General Studies. So we're starting these in August also. This will give students a chance to come in, start with us, and then transfer to a university to pursue a major or degree there. So folks often ask me, what are the challenges? Well, program startup funding is a challenge. The programs we operate can be expensive. The dental hygienist program up at Great Falls, they have a half-time dentist that comes in and teaches. They have 8 dental chairs with all the bells and whistles of a dentist's office. Very expensive program. Now the graduates go out and they make $40,000+ a year, and they have no trouble getting jobs, but a major commitment to bring a program like that on. Other programs can be expensive. Matt McCune, are you still here? Yeah, CNC. Matt has talked about this for 2 years, and I keep bringing it up. We hope to do a program like that. It's expensive. Many of these cost a lot in equipment to get started. And so we rely on business and industry to help support some of these programs and getting going. Another challenge is facility needs. The Bozeman High School lease is up May 2016, right, Steve? We just signed that. I tried to make it 2017, and Steve went back and counted the years and said, that's 6, Bob. We're not going there. So that didn't work. But we're there temporarily. It's a great situation to meet our immediate needs. It's working out well. But we're going to need a facility need. If you go look at all the 2-year colleges on the list I showed you, they all have their own facilities, and we will need to address that. And then long-term funding support from the community. The colleges of technology have a legislatively mandated 1.5 mills from their counties to support those COTs. The community colleges have their own mill levies to support them. So some level of local community support is necessary. As we are created, that was a pretty clear message from the Board of Regents that we're going to need to come up with a mechanism to do that. So let's shift over and talk for a bit about the workforce needs assessment. Back in 2006, a number of the organizations that are here were involved in a environmental scanning report, which really was a assessment of workforce needs. If you went back and looked at that report and said, what did local businesses need in 2006, you would have heard, we don't have enough employees, we're growing fast, we need people, on and on and on, from every sector. Well, in 2011, it's a bit of a different story. So we went out. The latter part of this year and conducted this. The report's called Opportunities Ahead 2011 Analysis of Workforce Needs for Gallatin Valley. And we focused this time on specific sectors to find out what healthcare, hospitality, kind of a general business catch-all category, technology companies, manufacturing companies, and the construction industry needed. In general, what we heard, no surprise, few business owners were very optimistic about growth or hiring. You know, many of them were saying, I'm trying to get through this year, maybe next year we'll be in a little better shape and we'll start thinking about hiring. Or, I just want to get to next year. Specialized programs are needed. That did come through. And then teaching workforce preparation is needed. One of the things I always hear, and I think our peers in the K-12 system hear from businesses, is we need employees that are good workers, that show up, that dress, and have basic skills. And so we hear that. We build it into our courses. I think they do it at the K-12 level also. But that came through. The sectors with high need for 1-year and 2-year programs were healthcare and hospitality. But that said, we had specific degree or certificate programs identified, 26 of them in every sector. That included culinary arts, CNC. I saw you were going to be here, Matt, so I added that. IT support, medical records, and on and on. So this report, you can get your hands on if you're interested. Let Britt know, and he can email it to you. I just as soon as many folks had it as are interested, and we get as much usage as we can. What's CNC, Matt? Because every time I talk to folks about new programs, I start hearing, we need hospitality management, right, Carl? We need this, we need that. One of the things I try to share is a process we go through to determine where we're at and what programs to bring on. We look at local job prospects. We don't want to bring on a program when there's only going to be 2 jobs next year and none the year after. Doesn't make sense. So employment opportunity and pay scales. As I mentioned, these students are pretty clever about return on investment. They don't want to spend this money if they're barely making any more than they currently are. Student interest is important. Startup cost, I mentioned that. And then space requirements. We are trying to do the best we can with the space we have, but space is an issue for us without our own building. This information comes from the Montana University system, and I just wanted to show you, every year they track this. They say, and they see within a year of graduation how many folks are entering the workforce. In certificate programs, those are 1-year programs generally, 77% of the graduates then enter the workforce. Those associate's degrees, 81%. So that's good news. That's what we're after in 2-year education. We want a high number there. It starts to tail off for bachelor's, master's, professional, and doctoral. The more educated you get, you tend to have different level of opportunities, right? So not a surprise. And then here's the average salaries for the different degrees. Any surprises up there? What's that? Why do you think the bachelor's might be less than the associates? Any guesses? Trades? Yeah. Healthcare. Some of those specialized healthcare associate degrees, X-ray technicians and those kinds of things, push that up. Those of us that graduated with that bachelor's in sociology, well, it pushes it down. So the last couple of slides, and then I'd be glad to take questions. As part of this College Now initiative, we are, with the other 2-year colleges, having a lot of discussion about how we should be named. And they've done polls and surveys and research. So here's 3 options. And I'd just like to see you raise your hand for the one that resonates with you. Do you think we ought to be MSU, Gallatin College? Raise your hand. Gallatin College -MSU, raise your hand. Or Gallatin College of MSU, raise your hand. Okay.
Clark County, Gallatin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. That's great. We hadn't thought of Gallatin College International of MSU, and also Park County. We're trying to get to a shorter name. And then how about a tagline? As a new college, we try to get the message out about who we are, but we kind of need to explain it. So how about a tagline? Tell me which one resonates with you. Number 1, your regional 2-year education provider. Raise your hand if that sounds good to you. Number 2, a comprehensive 2-year college. Raise your hand. And number 3, 1- and 2-year degrees. Okay. Believe me, the marketing people have. There's been a lot of time spent on this. So, interestingly enough, the community affiliation first, i.e. Gallatin, really came back in the research from citizens across the state as an important thing to put. And so, that's kind of where it is. At the university, everyone wants to put MSU at the front. So, not a surprise. It's just different audiences. So, anyway, with that, I know Stuart gave me the high sign. I'd be glad to answer a few questions if there are. So, thank you.
Any questions for Bob? Thank you, Bob. First.
Our tuition is $99 a credit at Gallatin College programs. So a one-year certificate program could cost $2,500, $2,800 depending on which program and which fees. And that's a deal. I've got a sister-in-law taking a medical assistant program, and I've looked at the curriculum. It's darn near identical to us. She's taking it in Minnesota from a private provider and paying close to $20,000. Yeah.
Some of your data raises even more questions. As far as it's kind of a chicken and egg situation. We try to bring companies in, and they say, you don't have the labor force. We say, well, give us 6 months to do a training. And then your students are taking big investments to stop their job, to take these classes. And then there are no jobs out there because the companies haven't come in yet. Question. Since I think that's a pretty serious gap, not just here, but in other places, is there any intention being made to, like a transitional solution, like apprenticeship programs to work with existing companies under apprenticeship rules and conditions, which helps them financially, but gives our graduates actual work experience and an income while they're waiting for us to bring companies in?
I don't think so, is the short answer. The apprenticeship part of the system is really separate from 2-year education, and I see Jeff nodding there. He probably knows more about it than I do. I mean, one thing I would say, in 2-year ed, we try to be responsive to the needs of a community. And I really believe here in Gallatin and Park County, we're going to be growing our own companies from here, and the number that are going to come in from outside needing a workforce that's trained and ready to go is probably pretty small. That just doesn't seem to happen as much. So, I think we focus on meeting the needs of the businesses that are growing here, meeting the needs of the autopilots for those CNC machinists. So.
The three largest ones, I had a chance to visit the other school, technical thing in Thomas, whatever that other school is. They seem to have a real active interaction with this partial statement, mostly local job providers that were interacting with the school to suck these people out of there like that. It's mostly technical. Is that something you're aiming for here?
Absolutely. In terms of the connection between the programs and the employers that are out there, absolutely. We have, on our workforce programs, we have industry advisory boards in each one. And that's part of the mission. We have the medical assistant program. We have 16 of those students are going to be out in internships this spring. We have an active committee working on that, and hopefully we'll end up with a lot of job placements out of that. So same kind of approach. Absolutely. Right, and that's, one of the challenges in our small business, state. We don't have some of those big businesses that'll come drop $500,000 to start a program to meet their labor needs. That's, that'll be pretty rare to find that here. At the same time, Benefice in Great Falls has donated a whole lot of equipment and resources to those medical programs to meet their needs. So we will be working on that as we can. Yeah.
You mentioned you've got a certificate program. I think you said was the first
Residential building performance or weatherization. It's like a weatherization technician program. And we're doing that in conjunction with Mike Vogel at the Weatherization Training Center. Yeah. Right. Sure. And are we competing for research dollars, Christoph? Is that part of the... Right. 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 Well, we've set it up. We look at being part of MSU as a real asset. So we rely on Montana State University for many student services, registrar, admissions, financial aid, etc. And as a kind of independent, or a separate, not independent, a separate financial model, our college, we pay for those services, okay? So we've set it up kind of with that in mind, trying to really take the benefits of the four-year university and have enough independence to meet local needs. So I don't walk into meetings and compete with the College of Business for resources. They have their own budgets and resources that address their needs. Ours are separate. So that's kind of how we've approached it. We see some great benefits of being part of MSU. We don't have to go hire financial aid counselors. I don't have to go bring on a registrar. I don't have to bring on a whole student record system. Think about that. Incredible expense. We're focusing on developing programs, hiring the faculty to teach, and deliver the mission that I mentioned. So we think it's a good benefit to be affiliated and be part of Montana State University, and it works for the students. We have students that go from us and transfer on to MSU and want to do that. So, yes, Paula. Right.
So working with the high school, and I will just put a plug at the library, we have a program that's Wednesday that have a panel discussion with the college prep program, and Nicole Burns from the Dallas College is going to be there talking about different alternatives for parents to do so that they are more aware of what's being offered. And I think getting that word out in education, we can all share, which is really beneficial for everyone.
Great. Thanks for those comments.
One last question.
Yeah, we are. I think to some extent, the online education world gets interesting because you have online programs, and there are a lot of them out there now that students can take from all kinds of providers. At the same time, there are students that want online courses, and that meets some of their needs for flexible scheduling and that kind of thing. So, yeah, we are looking at some online options. At the same time, many of those workforce programs are very hands-on, and they don't lend themselves to that. So we'll get into it to some extent.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have a couple-minute transition here where I'd like the next panel to come up, and the facilitator from each table, if you can clear the lunch bags, things like that, and then be back here in 3 minutes. The cowbell will ring.
Hey, thanks.
Hi. How are you? Bob, I want to go. You guys are still doing irrigation for
We are.
I should not be offering any more things, but if you would ever like to have an aviation meteorologist guest speaker at the FAA train.
Oh, really?
I used to help set up FAA schools in Dallas area.
Oh, cool.
I'm not going to teach, but, to have a
I'm just going to remove the computer for a second. Oh, that'd be great. That course is taught by Mike Hurd, the weather channel, one of the channels. So, but I'll pass this on.
if you because I work for American Airlines, and I help research and I interview.
Okay.
So
I'll pass it on to Ryan Hampstead.
He may not want it, but if he does, I'd be willing to do it.
You bet. How are you, Ray?
Good. I just sent you an email.
Okay.
I copied you on an email to Steve Holland, if you know him.
No, Steve well.
There is an MEP program. The deadline is March 30th for joint MEP and college training programs to train people in global energy efficiency. They've got like $1.2 million. 5 awards. So the commercial side. Yeah, not residential.
Right.
If you're interested,
I
just sent it to you.
Okay, great. I'll pass that on. Thanks, Rick.
All right, if we can get resettled, please. All right, if we can get everybody back in, that'd be much appreciated. If we can get back into the groove. Britt, do we have everybody from outside? All right.
Are you going to introduce Jeff as city commissioner?
No, he told me that I had wide open reign, so this could be fun. All right. So coming to the end of the day, and again, the building blocks of where we're going. And this is where you get to go back to that economic development dating game. This is the time that we're also going to be looking for who's going to be participating going forward to make these alliances work. So the question that we're posing to the third panel is envision your sector and the community in 3 months, 3 years, and 30 years. What do you want to achieve? What specific actions can we take collectively to promote economic development in short term, long term, again in the 3 months, 3 years, and 30 years? And most importantly, what are our measurable outcomes? So I'd like to introduce our panel, starting with Becky Mahern. She was first hired in 1991 to develop and open the Office of Technology Transfer at MSU and has served in that capacity since then. She has served on the board of the Montana Science and Technology Alliance for 8 years, during a period of which they provided over $23 million in research and seed money for technology-based companies in Montana. In her role, she protects intellectual property developed at MSU and either licenses that technology or assists in developing spin-off companies to commercialize those technologies. Next, John Franklin is the COO of GoRuck. GoRuck has 2 businesses. The manufacturing side makes military-grade gear in the United States, and then the second is the event side, which creates and puts on endurance events across the world inspired by Green Beret training. Previously, he was in graduate school at Georgetown University and worked in healthcare consulting. Tom Mazurek is the Director of Sales at the Holiday Inn in Bozeman and has worked in the hospitality industry in Montana for the last 12 years. He spent 8 years working up at the Big Sky Resort, first as a front desk manager and then as their national sales manager. Following this, he worked at the Hilton Garden Inn in Missoula as a rooms division manager and senior sales manager. He's originally from Helena, and although he has been back in Bozeman for a little over a year, he is glad to be back and hopes to stay here for the long haul. Jeff Rupp didn't provide a bio, so this is where it gets fun. He's having deja vu sitting up here once again. He is the executive director for HRDC. He simply said for many, many, many years. He did say that he is now a close and personal advisor to Mayor Becker. And finally, rounding out the panel is Tony Martell. Started in 1960, Martell Construction is now owned by a group of employee shareholders with over 100 employees managing projects in several western states. He has worked for Martell for 39 years and is president of the company. He sits on the board of Big Sky Western Bank and has been past board president of the Montana Contractors Association and Montana State Electrical Board, and a Bozeman resident for 50 years. So with that, Becky, take it away.
Okay, now then, am I on? Today I'm representing research as a whole at MSU, and we certainly believe that we impact the economy and participate in economic development in 5 major ways. First, workforce development. And workforce development is everything from Bob Hightel's Gallatin College to internships at Ligasite and beyond. So workforce development is a huge focus for us at MSU. Research and research expenditures is another way that we certainly participate in the economy of the area. For over 8 years, we've had consistently over $100 million in research expenditures, most of those monies originating from outside the state. And at least 2/3 of that money stays in the local area through salaries, equipment, supplies that we purchase. Technology transfer, which is my office, is the 3rd way that we participate in economic development. My office looks at the inventions that come out of the labs. We pull those inventions out of the labs and look to patent and license those technologies. We also work with our high-tech companies on mechanisms of collaboration and making the resources of the university available to high-tech companies whenever possible. So my office is kind of a one-stop shop there for those of you in the high-tech sector who need some assistance. We have about 200 licenses currently for MSU Technologies, and half of those licenses are with Montana companies. So we think that's very significant. We've spun out more than 40 companies out of the university in the last 10 to 15 years. Ligasite, Bactrin, Bridger Photonics, S2 Corporation, all of those little high-tech companies that are diversifying the economy of Montana, that are hiring PhDs, master's level, some bachelor's level people at very livable wages, and we work very collaboratively with those companies. Business assistance is the fourth way that we participate, and you have TechLink represented here today. I think you have MMEC represented here today. The business assistance menu is extensive at MSU. Those certainly are two of the leading organizations that will work with your companies, particularly high-tech companies, in helping them thrive and survive. And certainly the fifth way we participate is as a magnet for high-tech companies. Right now, Technologies is not a spin-out of MSU, but Greg Gianforte will tell you every time that MSU was an important piece of the puzzle in his original location in Bozeman. So we do have that effect also. Tech Ranch, I did want to mention. The Tech Park, excuse me. We have so many techs, TechLink, Tech Park. But our Tech Park, the Innovation Campus, which is rebranding itself, is a real key in working with us in helping us spin out those companies into the local economy. So we have had over $100 million in research expenditures every year for 7 or 8 years, and we are in the top tier of the Carnegie classification, a designation that is rare in the Pacific Northwest. The University of Washington, MSU, and Colorado State and the University of Utah are the 4 in this whole Northwest region that are classified as top tier by the Carnegie Foundation for research efforts. So we are very fortunate to have the efforts of MSU involved there. And now that I finally get to my question that Stuart has proposed to me, what do I want research and the Technology Transfer Office and our efforts to look like in 3 months, 3 years, 30 years? Certainly, we're focused on keeping our research efforts strong. We have stellar researchers who can compete nose to nose with those at MIT, et cetera. That's one of the reasons that we're always in the very top tier of students who get Goldwater scholarships, USA Today awards, because we do have stellar mentors, stellar researchers, and they're educating your students and giving your students the opportunities that they need and the tools they need to succeed. And I want to continue to work with the technologies to continue to create companies. We know that these high-paying jobs are important, and we do need to diversify beyond and in addition to ag and extractive industries. So we're looking at high tech across the board. Laser optics is a hotbed here in Montana. We have about 35 laser optics companies in Bozeman. That's more per capita than exists in Tucson, Arizona, which is the absolute gold standard for laser companies in the nation. So we're looking at continuing to educate your students, your children and mine, to prepare them better for jobs, whether that's through Gallatin College or through the research path. And we're looking to create companies, and we very much need to partner with many of your groups in doing that and in succeeding. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, everyone. My name's John. I spend most of my day in a basement factory, so it's actually pretty nice to get out every once in a while and retire the hooded sweatshirt I typically wear to work. Also, the only reason I'm here is because the panelist that was supposed to be sitting in my seat apparently went into labor about 48 hours ago. So I got a call from Britt 48 hours ago, and I'm happy to fill in. I'm really happy to be here. Very briefly about us, we've been in Bozeman for less than a year now, and I've met probably 10% of the people in this room, and I'm looking forward to meeting a lot more. We manufacture military-grade gear but sell mostly to civilian market. 95% of our sales come from our website, and we do a very little bit of retail. We like to say our niche is GQ meets war, so we've taken military-grade styling and products, raw materials, and simplified it so that a banker in New York City would be as likely to wear it as a troop, as a soldier in Afghanistan, and we do have both wearing it. We have 8 full-time employees on salary total as a company, and they're split between D.C. and here. In Bozeman, we're solely focused on the manufacturing side. We have 10 sewers in a small factory where we focus on new product development, R&D, and we outsource all of our kind of larger sales items to contractors all in the U.S. On our brand, on our tag, it says built in the USA, and that's how it will always be. And I'll come back to that. I would say that our biggest limitation, and the reason that right now we're only an R&D facility here, is the labor pool. So everything I'm hearing here, and keep in mind I've been here for a very short period of time in Bozeman, but I'm starting to hear that more and more. So there's obviously there's a flag being raised there. I have to say that a lot of you in this room are from Montana, and you might sometimes forget this, but for us we found that the ability to brand with this state is a huge asset for us. So when we were talking about assets earlier, that one really comes to mind. Even though we are in D.C., there's something a lot more exciting about Bozeman, Montana. I mean, what do you get when you do a Google image search for D.C. versus Bozeman? We would rather have not associate it with politicians, but with mountains and beautiful landscapes. In terms of what we want to achieve, we want to become an iconic brand, and we want to do that both on our event side and in manufacturing, and we want to do as much of all of that in Bozeman. So in terms of what we can do collectively, there were kind of 5 things I thought of. The first is focusing on local. So from a big picture, a big part of our brand is supporting local business wherever we go, whether that's a restaurant, whether that's a shoemaker, supporting as much made in the USA as we possibly can. Autopilot and Matt are about 2 blocks away. We've been over there in the last 3 weeks. We've been over there twice working on some potential work that we'll do together, so hopefully we don't lose him to a flood anytime soon. We've done the same thing with Schnee's. So there's a lot of value that being here and having the local manufacturing, especially soft goods, that's a huge asset for us that we wouldn't be able to have if we were in D.C. So that confirms, the value of being here. The second thing is we do all of our shipping out of here, but I don't know how long that's going to last. If FedEx, and I know nothing about this, keep in mind, but if FedEx, made Bozeman a hub and we were able to do domestic shipping, across the whole U.S., and when we're doing 5 times the daily shipments we're doing now, I mean, that's jobs right there. So I'm in the process of figuring out whether when we're doing 5 times the shipments, will it still be cost effective to do it out of here, and I don't think it is. So that's another thought. Bob obviously talked about programs with MSU, and that's a huge component. whether that's in the course, in the form of a curriculum, that would be great, but something more informal in the short term. If we could get one mentor, one mentee for machining and one for sewing and one for production, basically 3 per year. I know that's only 3 new jobs, but something like that is something we'd be open to working with Career Services. And then in terms of measurable outcomes, just from our perspective, what percentage of GoRuck's bags are made in Bozeman? Right now it's 20%, and that number is only going to go down in the short term. But in the long term, when we talk about 30-year timelines, I would like to see that be higher. I really would. So I would like us to continue to invest in the community. Finally, anyone in this room is welcome to come check out our facility. We're on North Wallace. The tour is pretty short. But my email is john, John, @goruck.com if you'd like to come check us out. So thanks.
Thanks for having me as well. My name's Tom Mazurek. I'm the Director of Sales at the Holiday Inn. I want to thank Stuart for having me on the panel today. I met him a few months ago. We both lap swim over our lunch hour, and so I'm excited that he invited me here to talk about the single most important thing that Bozeman needs right now, and that's an outdoor 50-meter world-class lap pool. But I kind of broke this down by time segment, the three questions that were posed here, the 3-month, 3-year, 30-year. The hospitality industry as a whole over the next 3 months, our short-term goals are the same as they always are, and that's to grow our rate and our occupancy. 2011 was a better year for a lot of the hotels in Bozeman and for Bozeman as a whole. I don't know if everyone's back to where they were in 2006 and 2007, but we're certainly headed in the right direction. Specific actions that we can take in the next 3 months in sort of preparation for the summer, I think, is to make sure that we're aware of what's going on kind of around the country. I think gas prices especially can be a big factor in the travel that we'll see this summer. As prices go up, people tend to take shorter trips, both with the length of time they spend someplace as well as how far they're willing to travel. Things that we can do along these lines is know that, if people are going to be traveling a further distance, then we know that our feeder cities into Bozeman are going to be closer to home. Finding a way to collaborate within the community and market to those areas specifically, we can bring more people in this summer. People won't come just to stay at the Holiday Inn, but if they come to shop downtown or visit the Museum of the Rockies, and they can package that with a hotel stay, that's the way that we can benefit as a community. Moving on a little further, my primary goal that I would think over the next 3 years, or what it should be for Bozeman, would be to be taking real definitive steps towards building a convention center here in town. I think that that's a huge need. We lose out, as Jim said earlier, we lose out on a fair amount of business simply because we don't have a facility to put people. He's out marketing Bozeman, has interest, and has to just turn people away because we don't have a place to house these conventions. There's associations and conventions within the state of Montana that we would automatically be a part of their meeting cycle. They right now go between Missoula, Billings, sometimes Helena. If we had a facility, we'd get that meeting every 2 to 5 years without question. And with a good facility, potentially more frequently than that, let alone the countless other regional, national associations that we could draw to the area if we had a place to house them. If a convention center was going to be something that was going to generate a ton of revenue for someone and it was an easy project to do, it would have already been done. That's the challenge, is that we need to decide as a community that this is something we want and take the right steps to do that. The TBID is in the process right now of starting that process. We need to do a feasibility study to find out what the best facility for Bozeman is, where the best location is for it. And from there, we have to figure out how to get it done and how to build it. And it's not just going to be one segment of Bozeman doing that. It's going to take the entire community pooling their resources and working together to find a way to get it done. Over the next 30 years, I would like to see, I think a big area, an emerging market that would be great for Bozeman is international tourism. Nationwide, it's a growing area. I know within, China, Japan, those areas, there's a huge untapped segment. And we have all the things that international travelers are looking for here. We've touched on it all day about the Yellowstone, the skiing, fly fishing, all the different tools here, as well as a great airport. And there's no reason why in 30 years Bozeman shouldn't be a regional hub for international tourism. If we can get direct flights from New York, in addition to all the places we have right now, it's a great opportunity that we could have. And even if it's not just to come stay in Bozeman, if they're using Bozeman as a hub to branch out to other areas in Yellowstone or wherever, I think that's probably where our biggest potential is outside of a convention facility. The only other, or another area in the state that we would really be competing with for something like this would be the Kalispell Whitefish area. They have similar things with a national park, great outdoor recreation, other facilities. And the one thing that they have that we don't is passenger rail service to their area. It's an affordable way to link up Minneapolis, Chicago, Seattle. And I wouldn't say that that's a pressing need for Bozeman right now, but in 30 years I would hope that that's a much more, or it is an option for people and is an affordable, viable option. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Rupp, and I'm the director of the local Human Resource Development Council, the HRDC. My sector is one that is social services, human services related, working with the poor and folks who find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. I think somebody said it otherwise of how they will always be amongst us. So I guess my goal would be that we would be out of work within 30 years. A little bit about the HRDC, how we conduct our business. We conduct our business by asking the community and people that walk through our doors about those issues that impact them on a daily basis, and we set, of course, a plan of action to deal with those issues. Administratively, organizationally, we do it on a multi-county basis. We are in business in Gallatin Park and Moore County with the obvious efficiencies of cost effectiveness involved with that, where you have one infrastructure versus one in each community, one each city or each county. I know a lot of you, when it comes to economic development, would say, well, what does the HRDC have to do with economic development? But I think that would be ignoring the over 1 million rides that our local streamlined bus transit system has provided, rides that have taken people to work, to shop, and other opportunities in our community. It would probably be ignoring the renovation of our historic building downtown, being a functional, vital part of that vibrant part of our city. It would be obviously ignoring the thousands of families who walked through our door. And this last year, over 14,000 families walked through our door asking for help in one way or the other, dealing with some issues in their life. It would probably be ignoring the over 100 jobs that were created when we built the West Edge condominium project on the west side of town. And I guess, to me, it's that the HRDC has always been at the forefront of economic and community development. We have some exciting things going on in the next 3 months. We have recently reopened up the Your Old Frontier Pies building under the name of the Community Cafe. We are open for business. I'd ask you to stop by if you want the opportunity any evening from 4:30 till 7:30, where we are feeding people who are in need of a nutritious evening meal. It's being spearheaded by our Gallatin Valley Food Bank in partnership with many of the local faith-based organizations in our town. And I think you'll be very pleased with it. It offers a lot of possibilities in terms of some of the things that Bob spoke about in the culinary arts and the practical application and affording opportunities to folks. 3 years from now, I guess I see ourselves probably dealing with the same thing we've been dealing with for the last year, and that is, of our funding that comes through our office, between the local community and the federal community, it represents about 70% of our funding. That's split roughly half and half. The instability, the uncertainty that's been created by the deficit discussion in Washington must come to an end. I mean, I think that most of us realize it's unsustainable to borrow the 35 to 40 cents on the dollar that we're doing. And like most things in life, the answer is usually in the middle, somewhere between the two of them. I didn't know I had a sign. So where would I like to see us? I'd like to see us as a community working with businesses that create livable and sustainable wages. Wages not only for the business, but the families that go to work with them. I'd like us to see that we give a priority to those local businesses that have already chosen to invest and be in our community, and that's who we focus our efforts on. The statistics about the aging population is even worse than it was presented. When you look at 54 and up, that's over 60% of our workforce. I think that needs to be part of our calculation, because those of us that are getting up there in age, 30 years worth of working at the HRDC, will be looking at a retirement where they stay active and will be a significant part of that workforce. I couldn't envision in 30 years, I don't know where I'll be. I've been at the HRDC for 30 years. I suppose back then when I started, I couldn't envision myself sitting here after 30 years of studying and being in business. But, I applaud the city in their effort of reaching out to the business community. And I'd ask in that discussion they take care and provide opportunities to the lower wage earners in our community, the working poor.
All right, thank you. I'm Tony Martell, and contrary to the common statement, they did not save the best for the last. Anyway, Jeff, I'm happy to hear that Frontier Pies is going to be open again. In a former life, I was a busboy at the Longhorn Family Steakhouse when it first was in business there, and a dishwasher. So if you still need a hand, I could probably fill in on a few weekend shifts. 3 months, I want to talk about the 3 months first in the construction industry. That's the sector I'm representing, both as a contractor and a past board member of the Montana Contractors Association. I just finished my tour of duty with that in January. So basically in construction, the overall size of the construction economy in Gallatin County has shrunk. I would say somewhere about 40% shrinkage. So we're about 60% of what we used to be, would be my estimate of where we're at. A significant part of the workforce has exited the Gallatin Valley. The Bakken oil fields has been the hot topic. I cannot attend a conference, a meeting of contractors, or anybody in our association where they're not talking about North Dakota or eastern Montana on how to figure it out. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on there and how to be involved in some fashion. That is the number one topic right there in the construction industry in Montana, is the Bakken oil field. The ones that have survived here in Montana have had to adjust, or in Gallatin County have to adjust their company sizes. We've shrunk. But I went to a good conference where a guy represented, he says, take a look at where your sales are now. Go back and look at your financial statements and tell us, where were you at that time? And most of us, he said, it'll be about 2004. Look back, sure enough, it's about 2004. He said, you were probably kind of happy then, weren't you? And he said, yeah, we made money. We were moving up. He says, all you got to do is figure out what you were doing in 2004 and get back to where you were. It's not that complicated. What happened is a lot of us grew and failed to shrink and to stay in business. And he was right. Most of us at this conference said, it's really kind of simple. It's just math. And we were happy in 2004. But how do you get the economic growth going, or what is good for growth? I don't know. We're smaller in size again, most companies. I think everybody that owns a company, every bank that's in business, we're smaller. We're back to where we started. I was driving to Glasgow, Montana, chasing a job with one of our guys that worked for us in the 80s. And I says, boy, it reminds me of the 80s again, which is what Scott had mentioned to earlier. But you need to learn how to adapt. And that's what we need to figure out as our company. We have to figure out how to adapt to what the market size is. What do I envision for the next 3 years? The construction as an industry is a lagging industry. We generally follow 18 to 24 months behind the other economies. So all of these other sectors, us in the construction sector, are all rooting for them to succeed, because what happens is other sectors start busting at the seams, and then they say, we need to expand. We need, I want John to call up someday and say, I need to be 3 times as big. That's good for the construction sector. That's good for the banking sector. They want to loan money to projects like that. So we're all in the background, 18 to 24 months behind, rooting for success in all of these projects. Fortunately, in Bozeman, in this area, we have some incredible natural resources that we can never take away from us. And, businesses come, businesses go, buildings come and go. But I was up at Big Sky yesterday looking at Lone Peak, and I said, that's here to stay for a little while. And it's what brings us here. Bozeman's an easy place to recruit to. It's a great place to live. I'm always optimistic. I've been here 50 years. And I'm really optimistic. I think it's going to be different. I think my experience has been it's been easy to bring people in because they like to live here. I also found by working on projects in California and Mexico, Bozeman is a wonderful place, or Montana is a wonderful place to export from. I spent a year working in Mexico. We sent over 50 semi-loads of goods and materials, bought and purchased at local stores, hardware size, plumbing supply houses right here in Bozeman, put them on a truck and sent them to Punta Mita, Mexico. I had to be the largest importer into the Punta Mita, Mexico from Montana at that time. But it was quiet. It worked. And why? Because it made economic sense on how to get there. Going to Woodside, California, we spent 6 years working there. I got quotes on projects manufactured from Columbia Falls, Idaho, Nevada, and 6 miles from the job site. The prices of those products would gradually, you could graph them on a map. The closer you got to the job site in California, the more expensive the same product was. So I'm a firm believer in manufacturing in Montana. I'm a huge, I think there's a great opportunity for it. So I think I think commodities are going to be the hot button, and manufacturing. We kind of did the real estate bubble, and we did the tech bubble, and society likes bubbles. And everybody's kind of looking for the next great thing. So next 30 years, I look back 30 years. My campaign 30 years ago was trying to get Kegi paved, and because I lived on it. I backed up to it as a college student. So now I think for the next 30 years, since Joe Skinner's here sitting out, I'd like to see Chapman Road paved in the next 30 years, since I now live out there. I think it's a great place to live. It's an easy place to recruit to, and I'm proud to be from Bozeman.
Thank you, panel. Give them a round. All right, we all know the drill at this point, so going back to your table discussions for the next 15 minutes on envisioning your sector in the community for the next 3 months, 3 years, and 30 years. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you finally. I know we sit on the EDD board. And,
exactly.
The name is always coming across my desk.
I heard you on the phone. So.
And I know that Jim Powell has tried to recruit you to our board. So maybe one day when some things will flow.
I got a 2-board match. That's my rule.
Cheryl is our board president, and it was so funny because she was listing all the things. I'm like, how is it that you can carve out time for work or in your life? With all of that. So I understand. So thank you very much.
It's my bandwidth.
Jeff, thank you.
My pleasure. Sorry I missed this morning.
So glad you could carve out time. I understand. I don't, but I also know that I think like the food pantry in Livingston's trying to build a new facility. I think he's got interest from a number of different areas for that. put a commercial kitchen in that cafe. Right. Right now we're preparing But then there's nothing that says once you create a program, you can't have it in a couple of places to serve the community. Because if we're talking about low moderate income people, whether they're having to drive from Bozeman to Livingston, Livingston to Bozeman, gas prices, we have a program that's small enough to replicate it. Why not think about locations? Right. Right. It's just, I think at this point, sort of, I think we're seeing that synergy of growing and to have these conversations. Like, okay, so who's the core people that can help make those realities or our own challenges? We're going to do it. Yeah, we're going to do it. Make sure we plan it. Sure. Hey, push them on it because you're not the only one who's wanting to see that. I mean, there were two primary things that really came out of that workforce needs assessment study, or I'm sure you saw the study, but the culinary and IT. And it's like, okay, so let's get those going. Yeah, healthcare. Well, that was a good one. How long did I have? 3 minutes? 5. 5 minutes? I'll up that side. Well, jump in, get it written down. So just grab a table? Yep, grab a table, get those things written down on the appropriate sheet, and you'll see one that says number 3. Because what's happening is we're gathering all the About 5 minutes. Two-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Alrighty then, let's wrap it up. Just think it's the last cow call you're here today. I think, depending on where you go after this. Alrighty. So, last couple 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. All right. So if we can just, Toby, back from your table, salient points on what are some measurable outcomes in the next few years. Uh-oh, did we put the table on the spot? Wow, that didn't go so well, I don't think. Okay. Good recovery. Janelle? Great. Lynn?
Our table would like to see Bozeman measure how much money companies are bringing in to export their goods and services to the economy and maybe to the country. That we would like to have that as a measurable thing we can watch every year and see.
Great. Amanda, we are going to go around the room for all the tables just to get one or two salient points. So. Great. I saw Britt disappear, so I saw Mark raise his hand. So.
Manufacturing sector, we track labor income from manufacturing activity, and we're running a little under half the national average. So I'd like to see that nationally. And Mr. Martell had some interesting discussion in our group about maybe a balance sheet and inventory our assets and liabilities. I thought that was an interesting analysis. I'm sure there's others that come in.
Well, we'll keep going. Dan, from your table.
Carol, what was said earlier about the convention or the event center, as well as more opportunities like this for networking within sectors and prospects to make those connections. This is sort of a tough opportunity for us to have events like this to share and it's really rich dialogue and opportunities. That's what the piece might look like. As well as more collaboration and coordination amongst the local governments within the area to help make things more seamless relative to regulations and moving barriers between the different destinations.
Great. Tom. Great. Sean?
The primary thing we want to all see happen is echo as many times in our discussions with continuing to improve the workforce development training opportunities that are taking place now and see those early times. The conferences are going to center and continue to help discuss similar to Dan Summer's the opportunities like this to talk about issues and that are really important. The quality is incredibly important. And perhaps this event next year, looking back on the primary things that we decided this is the work and see what progress we made on the things that will continue to see how we're progressing over time.
Excellent. Brenda?
We also had a lot of similar as everybody else is on with the meeting and group. For example, we were talking, sharing the experience and sharing knowledge. One thing that we thought that hasn't been mentioned is being proactive instead of reactive. It's really important. Making sure that we're saying the one message both in economic development and to our current businesses in the whole area. And we also put another tech branch, another entrepreneurial way to do it. 30 years down the road, one of our biggest things that came up right towards the last minute is one of our assets was quality of life, and how do we maintain that quality of life yet grow. So that was a nice one for us to finish on.
Perfect. Warren, what did your table deliberate on?
Concrete things that we talked about, the convention center, thinking about high-tech infrastructure, but a lot of energy that is involved in it, money that exposure for it, being able to really build the safe station down, everything that comes with that. So all the stuff, the things that we talked about in the first panel, translating that into a brand.
Great. Marianne?
Placing more students in the state with jobs that are in state. One great outcome we thought about was Frontier's economic report. Looking at those, holding that up to our measurable standards. And finally, kind of coming back to ideal, not calling it the workforce anymore, but actually saying these are the people I employ and this is why I employ them. So think of them as a commodity. Think of them as actual people.
Great points. Becky? Betsy. Oh, Christoph.
So, multiple things we talked about here. In 3 months, when we just go home to startups, we affect communities all out over Colorado today, 30 years, we affect other Pacific Northwest. I can see Bozeman as a regional, national leader in healthcare excellence, and then we become the +1 research university with research clinics and research hospitals. High net worth, high capability, super entrepreneurs, build businesses here, not just educational. We can revitalize business incubation, talk about more physical space for that, co-working space, integrate this with MSU, look at not just venture capital, but build a public-private grant mill where you systemize grant throughput, not just like you would a sales funnel, and then grow solutions. Very poorly managed grant funding and organizations. Attract venture capital firms so that we've got federal offices here, and some good stuff on that. Quantity, revenue to startups and gallons and gallons, average salary, including executive salary for the company, get inflated. And then appropriate progress metrics on long-term initiatives with exposure to types of vision to the right growth.
Great. Carl or Russ, did you want to?
Just hospitality here. The convention center is a big deal for our area. 30 years at this table, we're a couple of watching the kids take over, watching businesses transfer from one generation to another. And there's a lot of businesses in our community where that's the case. And we'll see a lot of new faces in front of those businesses in the next few years.
Great. Any other broad level comments that anybody wants to add that we may not have touched on? One item. Philip?
Just to try to pull some of the individual comments together, particularly the interjurisdictional cooperation and a number of points that brought up. This meeting was co-sponsored, besides with Prospera and the town and the city, with the Economic Development District. And we have a lot of people from the Economic Development District here. We go from meeting to meeting, and I write down a lot of ideas, and I brainstorm on a lot of. Do you see that the Economic Development District can provide a stabilizing staff, ongoing process to try to move these things together in a coordinated fashion? Or what role do you, anybody that's involved with the Economic Development District, see in perhaps maintaining the trust and interest of what we're doing?
Well, let me touch on that, and then I'm sure there's going to perhaps be a couple other people. So going back, this is one of several meetings that are occurring throughout Gallatin and Park County. And it's all part of the comprehensive economic development strategy planning that Earl brought up earlier. So everybody here is an integral part of really building, a broader conversation about how we're going to continue to grow this region. And one of the things that's going to be happening, and yes, the Northern Rocky Mountain Economic Development District, and I know that there will be a new executive director coming on board here very shortly. That will be an organization that can help continue to implement and address some of these issues. Well, and so what's going to happen with the information that you have here and all your notes, and don't take them with you. We need those because they're all going to be synthesized into one large coherent document. And then on April 5th, Britt, was that back here in the city? Okay. He disappeared on me all of a sudden. It's like I look up and I'm like, whoa. From 7 to 8:30, we're going to be bringing that all back, and you get to participate in a process of prioritizing those goals and objectives and these measurable outcomes. And at that point, we're going to go back to that economic dating game of who's going to be participating to help make sure that these things are moving forward. So there are opportunities for you to be continuing to participate. And I applaud everybody here. This was a long day. Please give yourself a round of applause because it shows that you're committed to the future of our economic region here. So thank you. And I'd like to touch on some individuals that this wouldn't have come together today without some folks. And one, Dr. Paul LaChapelle, who's with the Montana State University Local Government Center. He wasn't able to be here today, but he worked very closely with Britt and Warren on putting this together. And then also from the Local Government Center, Dan, if you'll please stand as I just mentioned you folks. Betsy. Janelle, and of course Britt, Warren, and Tom worked very closely with them to put this together. Tom from Gallatin County, Warren from Gallatin County. We all know the Shining Britt. And then Sean as well. But those individuals really worked hard on pulling all of this together to put a program together that we were able to glean the important information. And then finally, everybody that was a facilitator at a table today, they volunteered, they had signed up, and we were looking for facilitators. We saw them on the list, and we said, hey, let's ask them. So please, thank you very much for spending your time to volunteer today. Amanda, Lynn, Brenda, Toby from, I have no idea what SIF stands for, sorry. Great, thank you. Then finally, Rural Community Conference, also being done through MSU, and this is on May 15th and 16th. There'll be some information either out at the front table, but please take a look at this for an opportunity to be participating in this program as well. And finally, I'll just open up. Were there any questions, comments, closing thoughts? Warren. Any other closing thoughts? Yes. Great. Yes.
With the Library Foundation, it's great to be involved in this and to economics because I don't see it from that side. We see it. I was telling my table that when business drops here, our business booms at the library. So, yeah, which is a good thing for us, but it's a sad commentary on the community sometimes, or the economics of it. But I would say that the part of the economic viability is supporting the cultural things and all those things that we talked about, our trail system, things like the Bozeman Sculpture Park, the first sculpture park in the state of Montana that brings people here and draws people here. We talk about hiring people and having them stay and bringing their families here. What you want to do is create a culture that makes them want to stay once they come here. So I think it's not only supporting the businesses and startups and venture capital, but also putting some of the capital to the cultural aspect of it as well.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Britt, any closing thoughts?
You're part of the process. Thank you very much. What happens in this room will go on beyond the time frame that we have allocated to it. So thanks for your participation, your interest, and your support.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for all your time today.